Good morning. It's someday or another. Let's see. Thursday, the 16th of October, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I stream every day, of every trading day, from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500, which is basically the cash close. The idea is to provide completely transparent and fully accountable record of this journey. I have a firm commitment to take no trades off of the stream. And for that reason, I stream also to YouTube so that there is that accountability and transparency. Plus, I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty handy. I have only stand-up desks here, and I, start around 6 in the morning and go till around, last night was 2200, so it makes for a long day. This is not for financial advice. Past performance is not indicative of future results, which is probably the most important statistical fact statement you hear every day and pay little or no attention to, but it's the truth. You can risk, you can lose your ass trading futures. There you go. So welcome to the stream. There's a disclaimer in the description. Give that a read. Let's get on with the reports for the day, shall we? So, what do we have on tap? We've had the Philly Fed, huge miss. And the Philly Fed employment, also a miss. And because of this sophomoric crowd we have back in D.C., there is still this government shutdown, If the current administration wants to fire a bunch of government employees, I can suggest a whole bunch of them to start with, and they're over there in the Capitol building. That probably won't go over too big. That's, of course, never what happens. They always fire the people or get rid of the people who are doing the work rather than the cause of the problems. So, we don't have any more reports up for the day except for the crude inventories at 1100. If you're trading crude oil, that might be beneficial to you. This is investing.com, which is free. You can filter it however you like for your time zone and your country and all that stuff. If you want to pay for it, I suppose you can get rid of this good-looking gal over here talking. And for me, it makes no difference. I have no problem. I prefer this investing.com layout for snap. If I'm going to make a screen snap and post it somewhere else, this is much clearer and more easy to read, in my opinion. And also, I think it's important to point out that we are in earnings season. Isn't that fun? And we've started out with the financials. And look at here. What a surprise. All the financial companies are making money hand over fist. Snap-on, there's one that's kind of surprise. It also made, Jesus Christ, earnings per share. That's pretty substantial. That's a pretty substantial gain in Snap-on. That's great for them. Good for them. Obviously, you can look out over the weeks, upcoming weeks, whatever you want to do. The second news resource that I use more recently now is Financial Juice, also free, except you'll see this all day long. If you want to pay for it, knock yourself out. It has a similar docket feature over here. Boy, this guy can't get enough speaking. Look at there. 2 speeches in one day. Wow. He's been given his marching orders, hasn't he? Yeah, and he had at least one yesterday. Wow. excited with this new deal, I guess. Good for him. So this is basically the docket, similar to investing.com. However, it does have a squawk box kind of a feel over here, which I like, and it shows market on close imbalance and things like that. So we've got our numbers out. Let's move on to the pre-market now. This is Investor RT, which is my basic charting thing package. These are the minis. This is the mini ES and NQ. My higher time frame chart here, which is I refer to as a micro composite, because of the volume profile methodology that I apply here. It is a RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw or continue to draw a volume profile around them. The way that I have the volume profile set up over here is it automatically generates these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by these red and green lines here, and those values are pushed to bookmap. Also, we get a microcomposite VPOC. This is the market profile, also at the RTH session, and I'll switch ETH session or full session, Globex, whatever you want to call it, and I'll switch that after we open. Looks like volume to me is high, at least over 100% for this time of day. Let's look. 145%. Wow, that's, yeah. Let's make sure we're on the full session here. 101% for this time of day in the full session. So there you have it. I'll switch this back as we go, and our ATR is now down to 5.25 points on a 5-minute. Okay, so I do also plot this exact configuration in micros, because I push the session prices in various levels, make them, I provide them freely to anybody that might need them, or that can use them. And the session prices here also push to bookmap. So let's look at the bookmap. Here we go, bookmap. First and foremost is the top secret, hugely expensive indicator, the blue boy. Absolutely a joke. I don't use any indicators on bookmap or IRT, and this is just a vertical line that I put on the starting print of every session. And the reason I do that is I want to keep the entire session in view so that I have a firm understanding of our context. You'll see where the data dropped off here at Rhythmic, and I haven't figured out how to re-pull the data for this new version of bookmap. Used to be able to just scroll back and do it, but anyway, well, who cares? Here we go. So this is just a vertical line I slap on the, and it's nothing more than a visual cue for me, right? Because if I glance left and see this blue line, I know that I've got the full session in view. If I don't, well, then I better fix that. This is the dome, or the, the market, the book, or whatever you want to call it. It represents, or it accurately prints the resting liquidity at every price. Shows you the spread. And this is the microcomposite columns, where you see the microcomposite VPOC and all-time high and those kind of things. This is the full session. I enter these values manually over here, and obviously remove them equally manually. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. So it's full session or Globex, whatever you want to call it. This is the RTH session, which will reset this morning from yesterday, and will reset this morning at 8:30. All the times that I refer to and that you see on my screens and my computer down here are Central Standard Time. That's one other thing. You notice that I share and stream the full monitor, not just the application. I do that in to further support the transparency and accountability. You can see any application that I have open. You can see my clock in hours, minutes, and seconds, and the date, and it ties back to the bookmap and IRT. Anyway, this is a really important column for me. This is the notes column where I first set the title to represent the open type that I expect for the day. And how do you determine that? Well, it's real simple. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, where price is currently trading, how would that relate to the previous close from yesterday's RTH session and the previous range from yesterday's RTH session? Well, it's higher than the close, and it's in range. So the first thing I'm going to do is change this title like this to higher in range. Why do I do that? Well, when I look back at the stream or any snap, or somebody tunes in here and wants, after this pre-market is done, this gives a lot of information, right? It tells you where price is located at the open as it compares to yesterday's RTH session and the overnight. A lot of information. I will then, you notice all the statistics here from yesterday with their associated prices as determined by the open type. The next thing I do is clear all the notes, because we're going to put all those back in again today. Excuse me. These are the session prices pushed by IRT real time from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. And these levels I'm happy to share with anybody. No problem. There is no indicator on my book map or my IRT. There are just a few lines. POC right here, which is the more muted yellow color is for the full session, and the brighter yellow is the RTH session. There's a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH. And if you want to be technical, these are indicators because they're calculated. So, okay, Cold Mill Iron. And here's the mid of the RTH only. The rest of are just session prices. Now, the IB trades levels seem to confuse some folks because of the naming. It's an old market profile convention initial balance. The truth is, this level, the initial balance low and the initial balance high, are nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. When we open, this level will jump to the low of wherever we open, up here somewhere. The high will go to the top. They will continue as price moves up. The high will expand. As the price moves down, the low will expand following the low of the day. And at 9:30, they stop moving, period. That's it. The POCs are absolutely nothing mysterious. They just mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, and that's all. There's nothing mysterious or magical about anything on my charts or the way I approach trading. I approach it as a business based on probabilities and statistics and data, period. And we are trading in a random market, so that's a real important thing to understand and realize, and the way to approach the market, in my opinion, as a business. Okay, so there you have that. Now, the Let's look at the statistics. They come from this study in IRT. Again, just statistical and data. The study looks back at 2,000 trading days. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened higher in range, which we are expecting today. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. So if I'm correct that we're going to open higher in range, and I am, this will be highlighted after 8:30. All right. So of these 2,000 days, we opened higher in range, 610 of them. Of the 610 days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 509 times, 83.4%. Overnight volume point of control, 83.4. And that's just as difficult as it is. Now what I'm going to do is go straight down the list. The next order of business would be the overnight mid at 76.9. And that is lurking somewhere around here or hiding underneath of something. Let's look over here. The overnight mid's got to be up here. It's under one of these. Right there. It's under the IB low from yesterday. So that is, what did I say? 76.9. Notice that this price line indicator sometimes shows different or multiple titles. Both this indicator and my cloud notes are driven by the exact same data exported from IRT every 30 seconds. So there you go. Next is the overnight high at 75.4. Previous close, I always like that one. That's a 70.3. Now I'm going to point out something about these levels. They are, remember where they come from. These are the probabilities or the percentage of time of days that this level was revisited by price in the upcoming in the current upcoming RTH, or it has been in each RTH period, in a data set of 2,000 trading days and a subset of 610 days where we opened higher in range. It's statistics and probability. No guesswork. They're not hard and fast lines in the sand. These are simply what they are. They are the probability of times that this overnight mid was revisited. There you go. Previous value area high is 71.3. Now the difference between value area high and developing value area high is as follows. The developing levels are for the current auction, and the value area high and low represent the previous auction. And after we open, I'll change the charting so that the previous auction remains as it is here, yesterday's RTH. IB low, 61.6. IB high, 56.7. Well, I can't really put much in here because they're at the same level, right? Now, here's a good point to highlight, however. 61.6 IB low. I type the initial because the minute we open, this flag's going to move. But look at this. Notice this. The mid is 76.9, and the IB low from yesterday, RTH, is 61.6. They're at the same level. I can't put the two numbers together, but that they are. There they are. Now, what's that tell you? These are probabilities. This is a great example that these are not hard, fast, targets or something. Obviously, there's a huge difference between 76.9% and 61.6%, but they're both at the same level. So that's the probability that was visited right here. And the previous high is 56.7. Oh, the IB high is 68.5. Let's see if we can even find that up here, because it's way above us. And again, it's right under the previous high, so we're not having any luck here, are we? Where'd the previous high go? 56.7, and the IB high is 68.5. Once again, how can we, and they're both at the same level. So I'm going to change this to the IB high, and I'm going to put that in there at 68.5. But it's at the exact same level as the previous high, so we know that, okay? Pretty quick, this green line is going to be at the top of wherever we open from. All right, that's enough levels to keep me upside down for a while. I'll put in the overnight low, too. That's usually an important one, and that's 50.0. And now I'll do something I do every day, which is the TLab snap, where I post something to the Traders Lab. Let me just do that quickly. Boom. Boom. Okay. The Traders Lab. Now, what do you say in the hell is that? It is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, and it's free. And I think he's, I got valuable information from him and appreciate his contribution to this business we have. So I feel a responsibility to post a couple of snaps in there every day. I used to participate a lot before I started this stream because obviously my focus is here on my journal and my trading. But I post the reports and numbers about 6 in the morning, and then I post this screen every day at about 8:20 to give anyone in there all of the potential numbers that they may be interested in and don't have the charting to support. There you go. And now where am I? Okay, the Traders Lab, we went through that. Something that you might think is pretty important to do, I do, and that's to be able to trade with Bookmap when the market opens. And the way you do that is as follows. You first have to activate the trade control panel there by clicking that padlock, and then you choose a method you will use to interact with the application, the Bookmap application, and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. You notice how the mouse cursor changes from an arrow to a dollar sign? Very little heads up, but that's what it is. If you choose the dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the dome columns, and both is pretty obviously both of them. The next thing I do here is I always use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology comes into the mechanics of this trading. This is the smallest risk-neutral package you can use because it needs to be an even number of contracts. So this is 2 contracts. Stop loss size is 2 contracts. The next thing you need to determine is the stop loss distance in ticks from your entry. I prefer ticks. You can use points if you want to, I guess. I don't know what else you can set this to be honest with you. Now, how do you determine this number? Well, the first place you better start is your account risk parameters. If you have an account that's relatively small, or you're trading with a prop firm with a daily loss limit or something like that, you better consider that loss limit and the amount of ticks per stop. Now remember, this is for 2 contracts, so this is 24 ticks if you take a total stop. If I do that with the E-mini, which is right here, the ES, that's $300 or 24 ticks. Okay, so you need to size that up. You also need to take into consideration the instrument you're trading, first of all, of course, and the volatility of the market. After these 2 values are established, the first take profit target, which constitutes the risk neutral scale, is set automatically. It's for half of the package. In other words, 1 contract, package is 2, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. And then you have the runner. The balance of your contracts. If you use 4, well, there you go. If you have high volatility in 4 contracts, there you are. 2 contracts, package size and high volatility, however you determine that. Now, one other thing, notice that there are all the metrics here that are represented up here, or vice versa. And after I've selected my multi-bracket, I don't need the rest of these tools in the trade control panel. So I can re-click the padlock. It stays green. The padlock stays open because I have selected both in my case. And now I get a cancel all and close all and all the metrics, and I get the real estate back on the screen. Boop, doop, boop, and we're going to open in about 1.5 minutes. You can also trade hotkey with your keyboard. You just set it up. The important thing you have to remember is that you still have to activate the trade control panel somehow with either the chart or the dome, and then you can use your hotkeys, but the focus of the computer must be on the application for the hotkeys to work. Obviously, by trading with a mouse, that's, not a concern because it's automatic. But for example, if I've selected some chart or been poking around over on IRT, and then I look at Bookmap and decide there's a trade I want to take and hit the hotkeys, boop, nothing going to happen. So there we go. We're going to open here in 30 seconds. Let's hope that this resets properly as it's supposed to. And there we go. It's a little bit early, 30 seconds early, which is why that's happening. I have no clue, but I'd rather have it be 30 seconds early than not at all. In a minute now, this IB low will jump up here. The IB high will come down to the top. And there we go. We're going to open in, I don't know why there's something off between my computer clock and the rhythmic. I have this rhythmic, by the way, all my data is rhythmic. So there we go. There's the open, right? Now we know for sure where the hell we are. And I'll put in the first VPOC migration flag just because that's what I do. And I'll explain to you why that's not very important anymore and why I started doing it in the first place. So here we go. Here's our open. We have not traded up to or taken out our statistic yet, any of them. Pretty quick, we're going to have a VPOC migration from IRT, which will be pushed, and I will now change the IRT charting to full session. And that's pretty tough. You do that. Now, all of a sudden, this is the previous yesterday's RTH, and here we open today. I don't want to do that. I want to do that. And here we open today, within range of yesterday. I'll point out something just here. This is a real wide day, right? Typically in a trending or, well, I don't know. It's not really a trend day. I was going to say that typically there's not, traders don't, market profile value or volume traders don't typically consider a value area to be valid in a trend day. But yesterday was just a wide range day, not a trend day. So never mind. Okay, save. Yep. We've got some lag here in milliseconds. A lot of data coming down the pipe nowadays. I heard some pretty phenomenal numbers about that, which I won't quote because I'm not positive of them. But I mean, I'm sure the guy, Tom Sosnoff was talking about it, and I'm sure he's, he's absolutely correct, but I don't remember his exact number that he quoted. Okay. Here we are. There's our open. Here's our IB low and our IB high. Well, my goodness. Now, this is kind of disappointing because you see, this is because we opened the volume profile, started plotting a bit early. And I'm going to try to reset now and see what happens. Well, here's what I should have done was just kept my mouth shut and let IRT catch up. This IRT pushes every 30 seconds, right? I'm trying to keep some of the CPU choke down. So we're correct. Okay, now guess what? Okay, here's the value area low from yesterday, but here's where it was yesterday, and here's the mid. I'll push this up one tick so we can kind of know that they're both together there, maybe. No numbers out this morning until 11 when their crude oil inventories come out, which is not a big deal for most of us. I've traded a lot of different instruments, traded crude for a long time because I was in that business, and also the NQ, but So welcome to the stream. Antonio, bom dia, tudo bem? I don't know if you were around, but boy, I had a shocking experience with, and very disappointing on day before yesterday evening. TopStep just decided they were no longer going to honor what they had told me previously, and just unceremoniously canceled all 5 of my accounts, which were all in within, one trade of passing the evaluation and no broken rules, no resets, no anything. Now, back in August, when I had this issue with them, when they switched to the TopStep X, they said, "Oh yeah, you're right. No, you have a contract. You're valid. You've been doing what you're supposed to do. We will continue to support you until you break a rule or blow up, and then you'd have to go to TopStep X. But otherwise, we'll support you, and you can go through your eval and XFA and on to live." So I reminded the manager of that on Tuesday night when I found out that all these had been just summarily closed. He says, "Yeah, well, we changed our mind. We're not gonna. We've broken all ties with Rhythmic and any other data provider. So sorry." Boy, and sorry isn't the word for it. Yeah, I know you trade with Interactive Broker and TradingView, so good for you. But be real careful. Stay a long way away from TopStep, unless you like TopStep X, which I guess is some people must. The reason they're doing that whole thing with Program X is because it started out as a Forex broker. And when you switch to their data and their back end, you have all of the tools that Forex people use, which is putting traders in the A book and the B book and slowing down the data feed. And if you have a trader that's making too much money, you can slow down his fills. And it's a real nasty kettle of snakes, I'll tell you, a bucket of snakes. So that's a shame that they've gone that way. But a lot of the other traders, a lot of the other companies are also following. Anytime you see somebody with a trading platform that ends with a big X, be careful. Be careful. So I'm moving on. I quickly scrambled, and this is a Rhythmic data feed, which I buy from Bookmap now. And I'm in the process. I think I was liking the prop idea, thinking that, well, while I do this multiple account thing and vet the setups and all of that work, I would keep my risk to a minimum. And your risk with a prop account is only the monthly fee, right? So that's why I had done that. And until no problems with TopStep since I first started messing with them in 2014. I first heard about them. But they made this conscious decision to just go with video game gambling guys, and that's my opinion. The only platform you can use is TopStep X, their data, their back end, their everything. And I assume the next step is for them to start a brokerage, I guess. So, Mike Patak's got to pay for that big house and his lifestyle in Aspen. That's, that's expensive. Now what the hell is going on? Well, I screwed up when I reset now. Obviously. And I'm sick of this little goofiness here. Let's see what I'm trying to do now. Clear resets. That's what we're going to do. There we go. Isn't it cute? Yeah, so it was a pretty disappointing turn of events, and I haven't allowed myself to think of the time and money that I've invested in that. 5 accounts, all in extremely good standing, within about all well over $2,300 or $2,400 in profit with the $3,000 target. No rules broken. The consistency rule, nothing, no problems anywhere. So really disappointing. But hey, as soon as you lose, I guess. And I'm frankly just disappointed and too old and tired to fight it. I went around and around with them twice now. 1st of August and then September, after being reassured this would not happen again, and it did. And then when the 1st of October, I had a hiccup with one account, which came right after a quick talk to support, and then whatever, day before yesterday, I guess something else rolled over and they just jerked the rug. I don't know how many other people were involved, but that's got to be pretty bad press. I will certainly put out a short or something, with just stating the facts. Not that anybody will care, but I'll feel better about it. Well, we haven't gotten up to our overnight volume point of control yet. Our overnight inventory was about 100% long, so responsive selling to take profit is completely understandable and planned for. Yeah, here we go. Here we go, boys and girls. Yesterday, I've been following my back testing of the initial balance rules and triggers very faithfully. Yes, yesterday was a scratch. Day before, I think, was a scratch. So we'll see. I will continue to do that, and then start moving on to vet the next setup. I hadn't planned on the TopStep hiccup, but whatever. So let's get old Blue Boy on here now. Don't look, this is a top secret, extremely expensive indicator. Oh, did you peek? This is my, just a visual cue for me. To be sure I have the entire session in view. My previous workflow was, notice that we got 15 minutes on the time zone down, time scale at the bottom. I used to keep it tight exactly at 5 minutes and try to keep 1 point high on the price ladder. And in so doing, then, these yellow line, which is just a marker of where the POC was, and we know the POC is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. But this would scroll off the left of the screen, so I started putting these migrating VPOC flags along here, and then I'd be able to see where the POC had been in the day. Now that I keep the Blue Boy on duty, and make sure that I have the entire session in range and in view, I don't need to rely on these so much, but I'm just a creature of habit. So there you go. The idea is that whenever I expect that I will interact with the market, i.e. trade, I can zoom in as tight as I want to get. But I want to be damn sure that I'm in alignment with context until that point. So there you go. And I'm betting and working the IB trades, so there I have only to watch and absorb what's going on in the market until 9:30 Central Standard Time. And boy, that's a big, that's been quite good psychologically, actually. Huh. I don't know what the hell is going on with that, but anyway. There we are. Oh, we're going to get that VPOC, that overnight VPOC statistic, are we not? I bet we do. Is this still too high? Do I sound like Tom? There we go. So there's this, there is the overnight statistic, the VPO overnight volume point of control. So that 83.4% statistic has been achieved. Looking back over 2,000 days and a subset of 601 days or whatever it was where we opened higher in range. Statistics and probabilities, not magic or wizardry. I'd prefer if it was, then that'd be more fun, maybe. I don't know why this does that. Huh. I don't want to do that. I don't know what's going on. That's pretty weird. Well, look at there, boy. There is one of Rod and Harry's favorite V reversals. Right up to that IB high, previous high from previous highs areas from the overnight over here. And down we go. Didn't quite test the overnight high yet, but certainly got up there. Certainly got up there. Huh. This damn thing is refusing to move, and that's irritating the heck out of me. because I believe it's what's causing this problem here with the scaling. So here's yesterday, and here we are so far today. Obviously, there are no IB trade levels presenting because guess what? It's only 850. So this damn thing here, I need to do something about. It's not being nice. I'm going to have to remove it, I think. But anyway, back to the ball game. Right down to the IB low from yesterday's RTH session. Right there, huh? Remember that this is a little bit low because of the there were two levels at once. I have an advantage because I'm looking at the IRT simultaneously with Bookmap, so I can see the previous IBs and what the session looked like for both the ES and the ENQ and full session and everything else. And let's get rid of those things because we don't know when those are going to happen. Okay, now. This lack of economic data makes for a strange market. We're in the earnings season also, which is typically a time when the market kind of chills out about their reaction to data, to see, and focuses more on the earnings, which is, after all, what the market is really supposed to be about, not all this political nonsense and everything that's we're faced with now. So that's kind of nice. Yeah, I don't know, it's working. Some sort of a thing there that said chat wasn't connected, but it seems like it's connected to me. No problem. I had not seen anything from Antonio. But I guess it's working. At least the one I just typed in showed up. I keep the stream running on one of my upper monitors from a different computer. to kind of make sure that I'm not just standing in the void talking in a vacuum. Pretty tight rotation here, boys and girls. What are we looking at? We're looking at 24 to 44. 20 handle, that's fairly wide, I guess. 20 handle range so far in the IB. We're not on the first 30 minutes yet. Yeah, okay. Volume is quite high for the so far at this time. We have some, see what the news is looking like here. As I said before, this is scheduled news. Huh? This is the similar schedule, but they've added, they pick up new ones like Miran. This boy, he's a busy boy. 2 speeches in a day, huh? And then we have the Squawk Box affair going on over here. So at the moment, we've got Walker speaking. And I don't see any particular we're in a strange period of I don't know how to say it politely, unplanned or unexpected or whatever political risk to the market, or critical risk to the market, typically from the political side. And that's not saying anything, making any political statement. It's a statement of fact. And that is that never in my, I'm sorry, I can't type at the same time as I talk. Typically, we want to identify any potential risks to the auction and therefore to our trades in the market. That's why we track reports. That's why we all know, or I hope you know, that the non-farm payroll comes out the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning Central Standard Time. If you don't know that, you better. PMI similarly comes out on a schedule, so does CPI. The crude inventory and build comes out every Wednesday. Those things are scheduled and reported on a schedule for a reason, so that we can be aware of and plan on, engaging with or mitigating from that the possibility of those risks. And that's why on these news reports, you have these stars, right? That's the high impact or high risk, high volatility. Expected volatility is risk. So when we have a situation where something could drop out of the sky with a huge potential to impact our market. Go back and look at last Friday if you doubt what I'm saying. That's a big risk that we need to be constantly aware of, but there's nothing we can do to plan for it. So call it what you want. Political risk or unscheduled critical risk or whatever. So my sorry, I got the sneezes there. My position is to, in this environment, having recognized this situation, I restrict or plan to only engage in the market with A+ setups and minimize the exposure of the account to risk, to, that volatility, that unknown potential risk. And that's a statement of fact and common sense, and having nothing to do with political statement whatsoever. It's a fact, Jack. And look at this little tight mess we got going on down here. Ooh, huh? Tight mess we have going on now. Son of a bitch. Okay, if you're going to be that way, then be that way. Irritating. And if you're not worried about approaching the business, trading as a business that is consistently profitable and upon which you can rely for your livelihood or whatever, then don't worry about anything I say here. Just, click hell out of things. Click that mouse like you're killing snakes. That's the way a lot of people do it. That's why the failure rate with traders is, in the upper 90 percentile somewhere. Because the majority of traders, aspiring traders, don't realize that it is a random environment and that the only way to approach it is, in my opinion now, the only way to approach it is as a statistical business of probabilities. And that's not some epiphany of mine, that's from listening to and trying to understand the most successful traders and hedge fund people in the world that have ever existed in the world, actually. Ed Thorpe and Jim Simmons and Paul Tudor Jones and Ray Dalio and, down to Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy, and even down as, to our level, Tom B and Rod and, Harry and those guys. Antonio. I think it is, if you listen to any of them or read any of their stuff or listen to any of them talk, it's pretty soon going to come around to probabilities and a number of occurrences. Tom Sosnoff's famous motto is trade small and trade often. That way you get it more occurrences, and the law of large numbers will apply, and whatever your positive expectancy is will manifest via the law of large numbers to your net bottom line. Boom. 9:05. Okay. So, yeah, here we stand. I'm vetting the and working the IB trades, which I'll talk about here in a second. They still haven't repaired that plugin that I relied on for chapter markers, so I try to stick to an older script that or an older copy of a day, which was pretty comprehensive. That way I can sort of keep the cadence up And obviously it's important to have the chapter markers accurate because the stream is, 7 hours long. So who the hell is going to listen to that? Certainly not me. But I do want to go back and review important parts. All right, so let's talk about the IB trades, which I am now vetting. First and foremost, they're based on the IB statistic, which is an old, well-known market profile thing, data point, and you need to remember the criteria and the description of the initial balance. And it is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So there is no initial balance statistic until 9:30. Okay? At that point, we can start thinking about it. I can start thinking about it. And it goes like this. In all 4 open types, and you'll notice that IRT very graciously highlights the correct open type after the open. In all 4 open types, including today, there is a 97.9%. That is the lowest probability. 97.9% probability that price will exceed the IB high or the IB low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That is the statistic. It's not a statistic until 9:30. And boy, is that important. And so many people get upside down with that. And I'll tell you why I think that's a bad idea in a little bit. So, the IB statistic now, let's assume that it's 9:30 and that these are no longer going to move. Here's a perfect example. We've just exceeded the IB low, and this flag and this line are going to come down here because this is now the IB low. Okay? But assuming it's 9:30 and they will no longer move, we have a 97.9% probability that one or the other will be exceeded by price. At that point, we have 2 trades. I have 2 trades that I'm working that are associated with the initial balance statistic. And the first is the IB failure, which, if you think about it a second, is nothing more than a mean reversion trade that's predicated on the initial balance levels. What happens? The price comes down or goes up to the initial balance, takes out the level because that's how the statistic is satisfied or achieved. Can't continue going up or down, and then reverts to the mean. Boop, boop, boop. That IB failure is typically suggested by a session like this, which is rotational and balanced. The other trade is the IB continuation trade, which is just what you imagine. Price comes down, takes out the statistic, pulls back a little bit, can't get anywhere, and thinks it keeps going the direction it was going. That is typically suggested, as was yesterday, by a directional day. Again, nothing to do here, folks. Nothing to see. Keep move along until 9:30. So, what does that mean for me? That means that I'm watching the market, stocking my trade. Once we, approach 9:30, I can zoom in if I need to look for price action and check my backtesting stuff over here to check price action for the the rules, the signals, and the trigger. And what I'm doing then to expedite this whole process is backtesting to get my statistics. This is a chart which in no way connects to the trading system, but the levels here, which are custom indicators that I've built, and the and the signal markers absolutely accurately represent or reflect the levels and the signals in this trade system so that I can visually be sure that things are happening when and where I want them to or I intend them to. This is yesterday. This is today. RTH session. You'll notice that there's no levels here. What the hell's wrong with that? Well, it's not 9:30 yet. So there's that. The reason this is important to me is because I started out trying to just scroll back and look at the bars and try to capture data. Because I believe vetting setups is the correct approach. Then I thought, well, I'll do this. I built this thing so that I could visually be sure that I was accurately identifying trades, scrolling backwards, and then realize, well, this is going to take forever, and I don't have long enough forever to live, right? So I want to trade. I don't want to be Mr. Scrolly guy and data looking guy. So I applied I focused on building a backtesting system, which a couple of nuances here. You have to, when you build a coding system like this, it's not like multi-brackets in Bookmap where it's intelligent enough to decide if you went long or if you went short. You need to have a full set of rules for both long and short. And then you can set up a backtest, 20 days, 500 days, whatever. ES, contracts, the rules, da-da. Okay. And then you can backtest it. Took 1 second to backtest 20 days, 20 trading days. The computer goes through every 1 minute, runs through every rule over every 1 minute candle, going back 20 days. We took 29 trades. There were 13 long. There were 16 short. This is now I have meaningful data. I can figure out my expectancy. I can figure out how many, looking back at X number of days, how many days did I achieve T1? How many did I achieve a winner? How many days did I scratch? How many days did I lose? Those are the metrics that I feel I need to have to trade properly. And here is here's the largest losing trades, $300. I know that's correct. I can't change these reports to ticks. They're in dollars from IRT, and that's the way they are. I can't change them. But I know that 2 contracts at 12 tick stop is 24 ticks for a full stop on 2 contracts, and that equates to $300 on the ES at $12.50 a tick per contract. I also know that if I achieve T1 and T2, that it equates to 60 ticks, and that's $750. So things are working the way I had intended them to. And then there's the win, there's the R factor and the win rate and all that kind of stuff. And if you want to get real into it, you can do something here. It stops thinking about stuff. You want to get real into it, you can come down here somewhere. Come on, wake up. RT chokes a lot. It's doing a lot of thinking in the background, and there's a lot of data flying through. But come on, you useless. you can go over and chart and verify for yourself each and every trade and the entry type and the results and the profit and what time and what day, and there you go. That's backtesting. Then I'll get into more detailed explanation later with optimization and that kind of stuff. So where I am now with my trading, what I'm doing at this point is I watch this trade, and I'm going to get rid of this thing because I think it's doing something wrong. Well, oh, wait a minute. Let me look at one thing here. Yeah. There's something wrong here. I'm supposed to be able to move this to where I have the mouse, to read the mouse pointer, but it's for some reason it's locked to the bottom of the, and I can't do anything with it. So I'm going to just do this. There are the signals. There are the signal markers. Let's look for info box right there. And let's go like this right here. Boop. Now we're talking. Okay. That should not be the case, but anyway. And now my theory was that when I removed that, this would open up, but apparently not. So let's bring this down to the middle. Let's scroll them out a little bit. Let's scroll them up a little bit. Okay. Well, maybe a little for the sake of this explanation. All right. What now? Well, here's today. Really balanced, huh? We don't have any pullback zone or continuation zone or triggers yet because it's not 9:30. But when it is, these will all start to plot immediately. And then I will be looking for an A signal, and then a B signal, and then a trigger. And I will put that trade on. Boom. Now when I'm backtesting, it is obviously hands off. The computer does everything, so there's no discretion whatsoever. It is simply built on it simply executes the way it is programmed or coded, or the rules applied, however you want to put it. I have been finding myself on the execution in live market a bit discretionary at the end, and the reason where the only place that's happened is the difference between continuation or failure trades. And if you remember when I was talking about the description, it says that the suggested trade today, for example, would be an IB failure. Because we're in a balanced rotational market and common sense. What have we been doing? We've been doing mean reversion, right? Outside in, outside in. That's how you get a balanced market. Would I think it a good idea to enter a long, even if I had a trigger for example, an IB continuation trade, a breakout? I don't think that's a good idea. So I'm trying to stick with that, and I'll work a way to code that. The only way you can do these kind of what if things is when you're actually backtesting and you can change the rule. Then you know if it's meaningful or not. Until I can do that, I have to do this. So there you go. And here we have today, market, whatever this was. And I'll bet you that Rod and company got themselves a reversal right there, I hope. A tweezer top, I think they call that in parlance. And here we go. It's 9:24. We don't have a trade yet. There's no signal yet. There's no IB in place. Now, one thing that I will say also that is really important, I believe, remember, the statistic is not live until 9:30. The trades are based on, the two setups that I use are based on after the signal or after the statistic has been achieved. A lot of traders, myself included early on, make what I believe to be a huge mistake, and that is to anticipate and try to trade to the statistic. What do I mean by that? Well, let's say it's 9:29, let's say it's after 9:30 and the IB is set. You know? We're down here. Where are we? Well, we're above the VPOCs, we're above the mids, we're above the VWAPs, we're above all of this stuff, and we're close to the IB high. We're going to take the IB high. And you go long. And then you get hammered when it goes the other way. That's my experience. After the statistic has been met, you look for the rules to set up the IB failure or the IB continuation, and that's the trade to take. If you come up with a different setup and criteria and rules and you vet it for yourself, great. I'm talking about me. This is my virtual journal, remember, and I'm talking to myself. The only way I can get what I'm thinking included into the recording and the stream is by this narration. So the majority of the time I'm talking to myself here, which is, what it is. Okay, we've got less than 3 minutes now before the IB statistic is a thing. All right. Minute and a half, a minute. Oh, itchy fingers, huh? I can just feel all those mouse fingers itching right now. Now, where are we? Oh boy, we're smack dab in the middle. And I do mean smack dab. Oh, we're a little bit off now. Okay, 9:30. The IB statistic is now active. The high will no longer, IB high will no longer move up with price, nor will the low move down with price. There's our IB low, and there's our IB high. Okay, and here's the middle. And what is the profile? About as balanced with, about as good looking a distribution as you can get, except for this little hiccup down here with a little bitty hoop-de-doo down here at the bottom. Once again, I repeat, my advice is do not trade to the statistic. The thinking goes like, oh, we're above the mid, the VWAPs, the POC, we're closer to the IB high, we're going up there. No, maybe not. So here we are, back to my world famous rules chart here, and you notice that the levels are starting to plot because it's what time? 9:30. There we go. And if anybody has IRT and wants the chart definition for this kind of stuff, I'm happy to share any of this. I don't mind. Just as I share I push the session prices and, make them available to anybody that wants them. Many people in the TLab and Statistic and around use them. And then a few people have asked me specifically how I push them and develop them, and I'm sure they're sharing them with other people or selling them to other people or whatever. I know one guy that's, I'm sure, selling them. But, I don't feel like that's not the business I'm trying to do. It's just like I'm not a internet guru or a YouTube influencer. This is my trading journal, and I'm trying to focus my self and my efforts to have a statistically significant, consistently profitable trading business. Maybe maybe I'm pissing up a rope, but that's where I'm at this point. Not monetized in any way. Likes and subs are great. I appreciate that. Drop something in the chat. Where are you? What do you think? Etc. But this is my virtual journal, so here we go. I've tried something last night, which is, I think, working out pretty well. These lower screens here, these two are 32-inch 4K monitors. And I was having eye issues because I had them in a flat plane. And what I've done now is pull the outside corners in to more or less replicate a curved monitor. The theory, I understand why curved monitors are built that way. And it seems to be, I seem to like it. So, there's hope. Okay. Ooh, the levels, price, balanced, IB low, IB high. Everything's working. Isn't that amazing? What will happen now with the rules is once we exceed or achieve the initial balance statistic, which will be up here or down here, there will be an A signal because that's the first signal. It's, after all, the IB trades. After which will be a B signal. I will need to have a B signal. Let me rephrase this. And then, last but not least, the trigger. I have not bothered to code the signal markers so that they observe the sequencing. In other words, we may see B's all over the place or triggers all over the place before we have an A on this chart. But I'm, if I were to share that with somebody, if somebody wants these definitions, I would put a big caveat there and maybe even try to code it just so it doesn't confuse anyone. But for me, I know I need to have an A, and then I need to have a B, and then I need to have a trigger. So if I have 50 incorrect signals in a row in advance, I don't care. That's not the point. So I hope that's clear. Also, I have, if you notice, I have incorporated into the levels here, the level indicator, the continuation zones and the pullback zones for both IBs as they are reflected on that trigger chart or that IB backtest chart, this thing over here. In other words, these levels here and here, which are these lines, and these levels here and here are available right here, there and there, and there and there, and down here, there and there, and there and there. See? Cool, huh? Or not. Remember my journal. And let me also say, at this moment, this is not ever a situation of my way or the highway here. This is my journal, and I'm talking to myself. I'm happy to share anything, and hopefully it could be helpful. But I am in no way suggesting that this is the only way to go. You do what works for you. If this helps, great. Man, I hate losing a sneeze. Okay. And we are just in the hole, boys and girls. And let me just say something else, too. I can't tell you the number of times. Back to this, don't trade toward the statistic, like right now, for example. Yes, we may very well definitely take the IB high. No question. But I couldn't possibly tell you the number of times I've seen this kind of thing happen, and then it goes down and does the other side. I mean, you need to decide for yourself, do you want to gamble? Flip a coin? Or do you want to try to follow some sort of probabilities? That is a fundamental decision you need to make for yourself and your trading. And I definitely have. Now, let me also say that after I have thoroughly and convincingly to myself vetted this IB trades and the rules, which I'm going to say this week will wrap that up, Then I will move on to the next setup, because you want to have more than one setup in your bag, right? In your toolkit. And there you go. The reason I chose the IB trades first was because they offer two possibilities. They offer a mean reversion, and they offer a continuation. So that would should apply to both context types. If you just vet the mean reversion trade first, my thinking went like this. Well, you don't have any kind of a setup that you've already collected data on for the continuation or a trend day. Granted, trend days are much fewer and far between than our rotational days when it comes to the actual market. But it's nice to have both, isn't it? Here we are. Where are we? We're here. Hello. We're probably going to get a false signal here in a minute, I'm guessing. And that would be a false trigger when this bar gets into the trigger zone. But we don't have any A and we don't have any B, and so good. See what I mean? There's the trigger. Because of this. Now, we are also going to get an A here pretty quick, depending on where this bar closes. Yeah, there we go. Now we got an A. I think. No, not yet. Because we've taken the IB high. This is a real on the fence deal over here. Because the way I've written the rules, that okay, now we've got that's a B, which is the continuation zone, but we don't have an A. So meaningless. The specific rule for the A or the B or the IB statistic is that the close is below, the open is below, and the close is above the IB high, and the previous bar opened lower than the close, and the high lower than the IB. Now, maybe I need to tweak those and optimize them with the backtesting system. I mean, think about it. Think about if you tried to go back in the live market and capture a statistically significant data set every time you wanted to do a what if. You'd be older, you'd have to live longer than Methuselah. So I can't say enough for somehow getting yourself organized with a backtesting system. And we've taken the IB statistic right here. As far as my signals go, we have not done so yet. But as far as the, everybody else on the world, this is the IB statistic, and that is correct. Because this statistic doesn't say anything about a 1 minute bar closing below or above or any of that stuff. It just says price exceeds or, equals or exceeds the high or low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. And that's a couple of times I've had this issue with the close. Now you see over here, the reason why this bar doesn't make the A is because the open is right on the IB. It's not below it. So I might need to change those rules. And that's the nature of the work. And you do that. Here's another thing that's important in my opinion. You don't change anything in your trade plan during the live market, because that's work you should do in your off market study, homework, whatever, whatever you want to call it. This is frustrating now, though, I will say that. And you see, this is how your monkey mind can bite you in the ass, because you can start thinking, well, why, we really did do that, blah, blah, blah. So I haven't changed the rules. I don't have a signal. Now I could convince myself that I should take this IB continuation when we get the trigger right over here, because we did exceed the initial balance. We did put in a B, and there's the trigger for a long. The computer would never take that trade because the rules are not in place. Will I? And the answer is no, by the way. Because one thing, I may not be the sharpest tool in the drawer, but in the shed, but I do not have a problem with discipline or, following the rules, which is definitely a help. Now we could get an A over here on this next bar. If we open below, close above, that would fire an A. Would we enter a trade? No, because it's out of sequence. I hope that's clear. I hope I'm not being over redundant or whatever. I don't want to mislead anybody with what is here. That's why, and remember, the only way I get my thinking or my intention into the recording is by my voiceover. And you see how smart I am for not using my discretion to enter that long with no signal. Ooh, who would have been stopped out? What else we doing over here? I think we've pretty much gone over the rules, and we'll just watch them now. It's a beautiful day. Glad to see some people floating through here, which I assume is correct. Throw in a thumbs up and a something, a like, a subscribe. That'd be great. Drop something in the chat. Who are you? Where are you? What language are you doing? Am I completely full of crap or not? Yeah, I'm going to fire up the music now. I'll show you guys who's boss. And we'll start dancing here in a minute. And if you don't drop something in the chat, I'm going to start singing. So, I warned you. I warned you. Antonio just threw his headset out the window, probably. Well, what's going on? Let's look quickly at the snooze here. What working gas in underground storage? This is the EIA gas change report. Is it that time already? I guess so. Well, we've had, I'm going to get another Mirren He's way after the market, so that's okay. We have the ever-present danger of an unexpected tweet comment to the reporters, you know. So that's, I think I've gone over that thoroughly enough to make the point. Be vigilant. Don't expose your account to market risk unless it's an A+ setup, and abso-freaking-lutely don't put trades on that you're not fully bracketed, in my opinion. Something else that is probably worth mentioning here, I guess. Oh, right back to the middle. So we're following the mean reversion at this point. Yeah, what I was going to say about brackets and stops and all that stuff. I think if you were around for the pre-market, you see that this multi-bracket is the tool I use in Bookmap, and this implies, or this inputs the risk-neutral methodology to any trade. This is the smallest package of 2 lots. It needs to be in an even number of contracts. Could be 20, could be 2. There's the size. Based on your account risk should be the first parameter you look for. Volatility, whichever instrument you're trading, you determine a stop size. In this tool, I use ticks. Once these are established, you have already, it's automatic what the first take profit or risk neutral scale will be. I refer to it frequently as T1. All right, easy. It's for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then you have a runner or runners, depending. 4 points, high volatility, 4 contracts, whatever. Set it up whatever your account indicates, suggests, is good with, whatever you want to call it. Now, so why make a trade? There's instantly going to be an order, a stop, and 2 profit targets, and then there's a green break-even line. Of course, if we have some drama like last Friday, where the market's, 1 tweet or 2 at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the market sold off 227 handles. Points, that is, not ticks. Huge. If you weren't around or asleep or under a rock, you missed it. Hey, Richard. Morning. It's been kind of a weird week. I'll tell you about it in a minute. So, yes, if you've got a stop in the market, when price comes zooming by there, that stop will convert from a resting limit to a market order, and per definition of a market order, you'll get filled at the best price. But you'll get filled. If you don't have a stop or a target, you could have taken a 227 handle hit, and which would put an awful lot of people out of business. So there's that little bit. I had a weird thing, Richard. I know you don't deal with TopStep, if I remember correctly, but I got absolutely bent over before the donkey on night before last. They just decided to close all my accounts, and tough shit. They made the decision internally. They had been taking care of we traders that were in good standing with no broken rules and all this stuff with combines or evaluation accounts, which were in progress when they cut over to this TopStep X only thing, blah, blah, blah. Well, and I have an email from them actually that they will continue to support me in the evaluation in the XFA and on into a live account. Well, they decided that wasn't going to be what they're going to do anymore day before yesterday. And when I always close Bookmap off at the end of the RTH session and then restarted it, for the ETH so that the recordings are captured in a full double session. And I couldn't get logged on, and I went to Rhythmic, nothing. I went over to the dashboard and they closed all the accounts. And I pinged everybody I could think of, and the answer is, well, tough shit, we're not going to worry about it. So all that time and money and 5 accounts, all within a couple $100 of being in the XFA, passing the profit target, just up in smoke. Now, I guess I'm glad in retrospect that it happened now. Think about how pissed I'd be if I was in an XFA and had a bunch of money earned and hadn't gotten a payout. Or, for example, what would happen if you were put into a live account? Would they have ever put me into a live account? And what the answer was is no, we've just severed all ties with any data set, with any data providers other than the data they use for Program X. So hadn't been the best week, but I guess it's going to be an impetus to, go back to the old plan. Right now, my leaning is to just not worry about any of this prop crap. I was leaning on it for the least risk environment to do this back testing and everything, but I have a Schwab account, and I've had Stage 5 and Phillip Capital and, a few over the years. But I'm thinking about just going with a live brokerage and screw this bullshit. This prop stuff, that's where I'm at. So there's my week. I hope yours has been good. It's been cool over here. It's 25 this morning now. I hope everything's going good in sunny England. No pun intended. And the backtesting thing has worked out quite well. And your European colleague there, Antonio, down in Portugal, is in and out. He's working on trying to focus on stuff as I have done with this stream, and that's why I'm not an active participant in the TLab. I actually don't even actively participate through the day in Static, but I get on there right after, and we have conversations and stuff, because I'm trying to approach it as a serious business, and that's the way I think I should do it. Here is the backtest chart, which I'm sure you've seen. These are the custom indicators which plot the rules and everything for the various signals for the 2 initial balance trades, the continuation or the failure. Yeah, there you are. You could do this easily on TradingView or wherever. If you've got IRT, which I don't believe either of you do, I'd be happy to share the chart definition. But this you could throw this together real easy on TradingView, I believe, because these are just custom indicators I put in there. I mean, that I built for even here on IRT. So there's that. Yeah, that was a pretty big. I have all these people, in the TLab and others, Static and whatever, that use my session prices and rely on them. So I had to quickly jump through my ass and get a Rhythmic account through Bookmap, so that I could, get back online and get everything happening. So all the poor folks that are depending on this stuff, I didn't let them down. I did also realize something, you know, I've got, you know, Bookmap and IRT, and I've got IRT set up with ways to cancel the trades and do all this kind of stuff if I'm in one, and I have Jigsaw down here, which is another backup, and it all doesn't mean jack if you lose your... Oh, okay, a little chilly this morning, all right. Yeah, 10 degrees below us, or 12 now. No, 11. Yeah, it's all meaningless if your data feed goes to pot. So the key to it will be a second backup data feed, but that's just additional money, you know, that's irritating. Looping back to the decision, you know, my earlier comment about it, when you're in a trade, always put in a bracket order and make damn sure that whoever your broker is for your executing agency or whoever, that it's server side. So if all hell, you know, if your trading world falls apart on your end, at least your stuff is okay. Yeah, that's nice. 14 is nice. Relaxing. No signals yet here in the signal world. Oh, I hate that. And we're, you know, the continuation trade, which was tempting, is certainly, it would have certainly been disappointing. And there's no signal for it, and aren't I glad I didn't do it? Yep. Okay. Mama came over here signaling for something. I gotta go out and see what's going on. I'm smelling lots of pretty good stuff. Woman is phenomenal. The house is full of the smell of fresh, hot, baked sourdough bread this morning, and is continually, and homemade yogurt and homemade everything else. Amazing. Truly amazing. And yeah, I'm gonna have to get my doors widened so I can get through them. So at this point, no trades for me on the agenda yet. I need to have that A signal followed by a B signal and then the trigger. I do not have them. And I pointed this out earlier, but it's important to do it again, I think. I have not taken the time, nor will I, to enforce the sequential action of the signals. In the backtesting system and the rules, they are very definitely sequential and absolutely. But I know what's going on over here, so rather than spend my time worrying about that, I know that I have to have an A before I have a B, and I have to have an A and a B before I have a signal, a trigger, you know. So can be confusing to some, but it's not to me, so I think that might be worth pointing out. Hey, Panda. What are you doing? No, there's a cat here. What are you doing? What you doing? What's going on with the trading? Do you see the trading? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to step out and see what the boss is up to. Well, just as I suspected, many wonderful things on the table there. Just pretty much flopping around. Look how those POCs haven't moved at all. No, appreciably. Where's Blue Boy go? Oh, you little devil, you get over here. Huh? Look at there. Now are we going to get up to and get us an A? Perhaps. Yeah, that worries me sometimes too, Richard. You just know that they're watching. And if your mouse is linked somehow to Trump Social, I throw that bad boy out the window in a big hurry. And it's not like trading isn't difficult enough, right? Now we've got to have this layer of unusual potential critical risk, on top of it all. These are the times that try men's souls, I guess, or whoever said that. And the funny thing, it's just random, like that crap he threw out on about China on Friday, and then Bissett and a couple others spent the whole weekend going around on interviews unwinding it all, saying, oh, no, he's going to meet with Z at the Asia conference, and oh, well, he didn't mean that. In other words, don't listen to him, But 227 points later, I don't know. It's really crazy. I say it here a lot, and that's exactly what I think and believe. Just never put on a trade without bracket, and only take proven, vetted, whatever word you want to call them, A+ trades, setups, and know that you're going to get. Well, we know that we're going to. That the outcome of the next trade's 50-50 anyway. So if you're taking a statistically verified trade, you have at least an edge in your favor. Jesus, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, but there's absolutely nothing to do, except maybe in your case, you could trade the DAX or something, Trade a market that isn't so dependent on Agent Orange and the random risk band. Yeah, yeah, and absolutely. I'd like him to be removed from my reality, but that's. I think I'm probably going to go for he does. There was the craziest thing I think I've ever seen. It was a Jake Trapper, or whatever his name is, did a quick thing about it. Trump retweeted a completely false AI generated video of his daughter-in-law, Laura, I think that's her name, and himself giving a speech all about how there was going to have these special medical centers that would be free to all Americans, and you'd be receiving a card, and it would have these beds that the QAnon people are have a conspiracy about, that there's some beds that have been developed that will cure every disease and regrow limbs and all this crap, and that we're going to have medical centers full of them across America, and they'll be free to everybody. Now, a short while afterward, he did delete it, but he actually retweeted that himself. It's like, obviously, he just saw something about, I guess, his picture or something, and thought, and away he went. But wow, pretty weird. Somebody just said something there. These markets have gotten, for me, it's gotten to the point where anytime I see any kind of a movement like that, the first thing I do is start looking for news. Because, that's the environment we live in. If you can see that, find that thing on YouTube from Trapper, and who knows what's AI, what isn't, but boy, it's pretty amazing. And I've seen some AI generated stuff that I know the people involved that are just, oh, well, there you go. That's good. Hey, is there anything I can do for you? He's just, I don't know. And now we're blowing up boats out of, we're blowing up coastal fishing boats and killing everybody on board off of Venezuela. Has anybody besides me thought about, that is about a 25-foot open outboard motor powered boat. Where do they suppose that's going if they're smuggling drugs? You know, are people so stupid that they think these guys are going to take that thing from the coast of Venezuela up to the United States? I mean, it's the dumbest thing I ever heard of.
Hey, the IB low.
But we're blowing people out. We're just blowing them out of the water and killing everybody on board, and nobody says boo. Speaking of boo, don't bump your head as we fall out of bed here. Down to the close.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Now, in case anybody's following along here, there's no A signal, and one might expect that to be an A signal, but it's not, because the A signals are the bar preceding the bar that takes, in this case, it's correct. The open is above the IB low, the close is below the IB low. However, the rule states one more step, and that is that the previous bar has a open higher than the low, and the low is above the IB. So in other words, this bar is flip-flopped. If the bar would have been here and then here, we'd have an A. Again, these are the nuances of the rules that you need to have a system that you can expeditiously back check, back test what ifs on. And you can't do that in a live market when you have a trading plan. So there you go. This Jeffrey Epstein thing is a mushrooming. Also, I saw another interview with a gal a reporter whose name I don't remember, but she's very famous, with the man who was the general manager of the Trump casino in Atlantic City. And it was, live with the guy, not hearsay at all. And the question was, well, do you have any insight as to, any of these Jeffrey Epstein's things, or the friendship between the two, or anything like that? And he says, well, here's a perfect example. I came to work on Monday morning, and the Gaming Commission of New York authorities were waiting for me in my office. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein flew down from New York in a helicopter to the casino in Atlantic City with underage girls and brought them into the casino on Sunday night at like 2 o'clock in the morning. And they were there, the Gaming Commission people were there to fine the hotel and get to the bottom of why this guy, how did this happen? Well, nobody was carded because, they were intimidated by Trump and this entourage that pulled up. That was the first breakdown. And second, and it ended up happening that the guy said, okay, we'll make sure this never happens again, whatever. So they cut him some slack. But the guy had to call Trump and berate him on the phone while the guys were sitting in the office there, that if he ever did that again, it was going to mean either a huge fine or the suspension of the gaming license. Jesus Christ. Oh, pretty crazy. Yeah, that interview with the gaming guy was with Erin Burnett, I think her name is. It's pretty funny. Not funny, haha, but funny. Oh my God. Funny. No signals for me, no trades at this point. Now I will say that in my back testing, with the rules as they are, I have established that there is the win rate is about a 7, depending on but looking back over 500 days, a win rate is about 55%. An R factor or risk reward ratio of about 2.25 to 1. And there's an expectancy then, which is the win rate times the average winner, minus the loss rate times the average loser. That's the only time that win rate is meaningful. I know that would hurt the feelings of a lot of internet gurus that spend all their time blathering about how great the win rate is and why it's so important, but it's, to be honest with you, it is completely freaking useless. Under the circumstance. By itself, taken by itself, it's useless. Sorry, trying to get my chapters happening correctly here. Boy, I hope that guy fixes this quick. Yeah, so the win rate is completely useless when taken out of context. But of course, it's the stock and trade of the internet. You can go bankrupt with a 95% win rate if your risk reward ratio is upside down. That should be common sense, I guess. But apparently it's not. When win rate is a valuable metric, is calculating the expectancy, which is the real, that and the Sharpe ratio. That's where it's at. As far as a vetted, statistically significant trade and setup. And I'm not skirting the issue, but to be honest with you, when I did that calculation, I don't remember what the expectancy turned out. I believe it was about it was 5 or 6 points, I think, over 500 trading days, which turns out to be 704 trades. And what are we doing now? Oh, we got an A, baby. Now we have an A to the short side. Finally. Am I showing this up? No. Okay, so here is an A signal. Now, obviously, when we have an A signal to either IB high or IB low, there's an A short and there's an A
Hey, the IB low is taken.
pullback. This down here, pretty quick, is going to, there we go, give us a B. It didn't close, right? That needs to have a close down here, not a low, in order to be a B signal. And then we could have a trigger, under which case I would need to do some soul searching, because by and large we have been in a mean reversion rotational day, absolutely,
The IB low is taken.
so far. So, and we're kind of looking at a double bottom here. But I think I would put the trade on anyway, just for the sake of entertainment. This is why I code the rules for opens and closes, because, you know, we've had a signal, we haven't had a signal, etc., etc. It's a B, it's not a B. She's a queen bee. Now we do have a B. What we need now is a trigger, which would be a pullback to the trigger zone, and that would signal a short. Whether we get that signal or not, who the hell knows, eh?
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Kind of fun to watch, though, isn't it? It is for me, anyway. Where'd Blue Boy go? You sneaky devil, get over here. There you go. Well, it has been a rotational day. We are stretching out a little bit to the short side. We don't have a trigger yet, but we're getting close to one. Right over here. And what I need to do now is a quick review. That's got to be a trigger. There you are. Quick review of my...
Hey, the IB low
setup, which I'm a little late to do, but I've put the trade on. I mean, not on, but I've put the whatever the hell you call it, the order in. There you go. Football.
Order submitted. Order
And now, oh, we're in a trade. Okay, so where are we? We are at 10:44. Try to get these frickin' chapters going. Uh, 10:44, which is
Hey, the
2:44.
IB low is taken.
44. And we've got our T1 already, so I'm busy typing over here and I don't even know what the hell's going on. Boy, I'll be glad when this kid gets this damn thing figured out. So we're in T1, T2, and headed for hopefully the T3 down the way here, or excuse me, entry, T1 risk neutral scale, and T2. The range requirement is good because there's no obstacles in the road. We've got a statistic down here in the overnight low. Come on, tweets are us, baby. And yeah, here we go. Zoom in a bit for the sake of seeing and snapping. And whether we'll scratch or not, or we'll get the T2, I don't know. But here's where you are. Here's where I am vetting the trade. Cannot touch anything after the trade is on. Otherwise, it would not be valid for the data set. Right? How can you compare how many times you got T1 over 100 trades if you've put T1 all over the place? You know what I mean? As if it's 10 ticks this time and 20 points the next time, whatever else it is. Now, we've got, this would be a low, which is kind of disappointing. But I can't move that target. And I may end up regretting that. But let's see what happens. What we gonna do, boys and girls? Doesn't have far to go, does it? Have I got everything working right? Yes, apparently I do. Now, for whatever reason, my trade viewer here is only showing the stop, which is right there. What is this long 3 shit? What's all that about? That ain't any good. I don't know what that's about, but I don't like that. Think I like that at all. Well, this is what's correct. There's 2 contracts. There's one out. We've got one left, and so far we've got 37 points. Our tick's profitable. I don't know what the hell this long 3's all about, but that doesn't make me all warm and fuzzy about that deal, I'll tell you right now. Okay, Trump. Where's the Trump bump, baby? Putin hung up on him? No, what happened? Come on. A little more. Obviously, if you're not vetting the trade, you can be doing all kinds of trade management. You can be bringing your stop up to break even, up to T1, which is basically at the swing high, you know. But when you're in the vetting process, as I am, wanting this data to be, I want this data to be applicable to the data set, and so I can get it over with. And they're not. They're fighting that low. So I'm risk neutral scale. I've got my helmet on and my feet up, and I'm having sipping my green tea, watching what the hell's going on. Not liking the price action a hell of a lot here because we're getting higher lows. I'd like to see it be going the other way. One or two more ticks right over here. That'd make me feel a lot better about life. But I'm not going to change myself because that's not part of the plan.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Don't also realize this is settlement and previous close. There's a lot of action going on here. What is going on with the snooze? Basically nothing. Where the news I'm seeing is now Canadian PM Carney and whatever else. So
Hey, the IB
That's-
low is taken.
you could consider that good or bad, I guess. I'm not real happy about this consolidation that they're doing around the IB there in the previous close, but it is what it is. It'll be a scratch or it'll be a profit target. That's pretty simple. Well, come on, girls. Give it up. All you gotta do is go down a couple more ticks and then old Boomer will be a happy camper here. Come on. Yeah, you got that right on the head, Richard. Yeah. Or, somebody show a video of him with a 12-year-old or whatever. Yeah, exactly. I prefer a tweet, actually. But not some sort of a tweet that we just solved all the world's problems. That's not the one I'm not looking for that one. Okay. Well, this has done something really, really weird here. And I'm hoping it's some sort of a account I don't know anything about. It's doing something over here. Look at this. It says I got long right here. And it's not showing any targets. And it says I'm down that much money. And what I'm going to do here is something flattened, I guess. I don't know why that's there. We're doing that. It's got nothing to do with reality. It's just a trade viewer here on Bookmap or whatever that thing is, IRT. But that's not, it's not A, correct, or B, I got to get to the bottom of that. Long 3. Where the hell did that come from? beats me. If you're looking at that, that's pretty crazy. I guess, what the hell happened there? Oh, come on, IRT. It's been having some issues lately. This trade viewer and this particular chart seems to be bothering it a lot. I was trying to get that to work so that I could plot things accurately, and it seems to be not having a lot of fun. There we go. And there's the T2. 256. Well, there you go. Where am I now? 256. So there we go. There's T1, T2. Is this thing still trying to figure out what the hell to do next? Yes. There you go. Okay. Now, one thing I do always for my journal snap is a couple things. This is a synopsis of everything that happened. What the hell? Yesterday and today. Okay. Well. Something's goofy here. Hold on a minute. It's still showing that I have one contract left. How in the hell can that be? Well, I can show you what we can do about that right now. Flatten, flatten, flatten. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, you know what that is? Is that the crap that was going on from IRT? Somehow? Well, it's flat and I got 61 ticks out of it, which is one tick more than I would have normally taken. But that's pretty weird. I don't know what to think there and why that's... Oh, that's pretty scary, but at least I know how to react now. You see, what alerted me to that was not having an exit time down here. Wow. Jesus Christ. I'm too old to have this kind of nonsense going on and not be able to depend on it. I did put in a ticket because the other day something similar happened, actually. And I put in a ticket specifically for that reason. Well, there we go. What happened a few days ago, which you know, this is kind of funny actually, but it wasn't at the time. When I was using the trade copier, I moved the stop and the stop got hit. I moved it to break even and the stop got hit, and I thought, okay, everything's fine. That was that. And I'm sitting here and price does all this kind of nonsense, and price goes down to the previous stop level, and I start seeing stops fire up here. Well, 2 of the orders, 2 of the 5 contracts, which had orders, stop orders, didn't move. It's like, okay. Now I thought I was past all of that with just having one bracket order. And what I'm going to need to do here is see if this is dependent somehow on IRT. This famous order over here. And I think it is because I see this I see this 6715 half. Well, anyway, I'll look this all over later, but there you go. Pretty weird. So there's something. I don't know. Just to recap, then this was an IB continuation short per the signals, which I can't show you because, well, I sort of can. It's froze up over there. This is the break-even line, which, you know, at the order is break even. This is the stop. This is T1. The minute T1 is hit, break even goes to the stop. That is risk neutral. That's your theoretical average. And then this is T2. There you go. And what that turns out to be in points is 61 points, which is $750 more or less on a 2 lot. So if you do one of those a day, you're making just under $1,000 a day, $700 a day. That's, you know, pretty good wages. I think I can certainly be happy living with that. It's not, you know, maybe not just what it's maybe below your career stuff, but supplemental income or retirement income or whatever. The fact that you spent 20 minutes in a day and the rest of the day in your life is yours, that's pretty good. And why this isn't working over here, I don't know, but there we go. Okay. I'm not sure whether the screens were frozen or what was going on there. So IRT is just busy being all balled up. And I think what I'll have to do here is accept the fact that it's not going to come right and close the damn thing. Which I guess I'm going to get one of those, it's not responding, you're a dillweed, close the program or something. Jesus, what a pain in the ass. You know, I have 2 programs that I've used for years. Now all of a sudden, they don't want to play nice. They don't want to play nice. And that's really frickin' disappointing. Close the frickin' program, yes. Get rid of that dog. Now we're going to go through a whole bunch of crap with IRT, running the data and doing this and doing that, straight, you know, checking the database and all that stuff. I'm going to definitely get rid of, make sure I have the trade viewer and the trade whatever shut the hell up, shut off. I don't care about the pictures near as much as I care about, oh, it didn't even pretend it wanted to pretend that it wanted to check the database. And this stupid thing has shown up again. It's because I hadn't saved the chart. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Get rid of that damn thing for now. I'm gonna pull this down here. I'm gonna save the chart. Do a screen snap over here. I wanted to have the orders here, right? That was the whole That was the whole idea. And you can see where that, how far that got me. Okay, there we go. Now that's maybe I could do better by going like this. These are all snaps. I'm trying to work out the snap idea. Okay. So we've got the A, the B, and the trigger. Didn't get a stop, but close, and down to the target. Yeah. I really don't know what to do about that trade viewer thing, but that's what does this thing do anyway? Edit button. It's an event. Okay. I can also push that trade over here from the trading rules, but I won't do that now. I don't know. I got to get to the bottom of whatever the hell that other thing was. So there's, that's great. That worked out just as hoped, or as planned, or, you know, with a little bit of a hiccup in the middle there about the, whatever that random other thing was. I got to be real sure that's not happening anytime soon anymore. Let's just do some saving over here. And the micros. These are the naked volume points of control, of course. Well, pretty cool. I can get off from my, maybe go from my hour jaunt a bit early here today. Get that in the bag earlier than not. This chart thinks about a lot of stuff that it seems to hang it up. Now I want to be sure that there's no. These are just the signals, and these are the levels, the zones. Working order and fill. I don't know what the working order and the fill, why they're here. I think that's got to do with the trade viewers, but I don't like the looks of that. No, I'm glad that it was there so that I could be aware of it and get rid of it, but I need to make sure that this is not doing any kind of trading on its own. You know what I mean. And it should not be, because it is not connected at all over here. So yeah. Now, the fact that it would present the resting orders and the working orders and stuff is what I had expected and wanted it to do, but I certainly don't want it entering anything or taking anything extra. That's not part of the plan. I'm going to have to figure this out somehow. It's all changed around with the switch of the TopStep account and getting rid of that and the bookmap only. So I'm going to have to dig into it, but this is not something that you do during a live trading session, is it? What happened to me now? Where am I? Well, so far, things worked out okay to the downside. I love it when it works out okay. But I want to know what this is. Let's see if they can see that one. That was that entry. 6704. No, 6719 half. 6726 half. 6719 half. That was my original, this order right here. And what this thing is, oh, that's from yesterday. That's the scratch from yesterday. Okay. There we go. So quite possibly all of that drama with IRT, as expected, had nothing to do with the account, really. This didn't used to reflect previous days. It was typically was only for the day. So okay. Yeah, well, there you go. Now, you see, under normal circumstances, I'd be quite okay with, what is that? 45 to 11, 15, 30 minutes of work or less. 30 minutes of work for $750. And if it were not for the stream and my commitment and the, trying to build this business, I could be out the door in adios amigo. But that's not where it's at. And I'm not going to, but you see the point. So, okay. Now what? Let's see here. Let's do a little bit of preaching here. Well, we're going further, are we? There was that tweet I needed, I guess, huh, Richard? So, what are they going to talk about now? Oh, yes. Trying to stick to the timeline here so I don't have to struggle with that. Look at us go. So there's another, 02 to 95. There's another 7, 8 handles. I'm not complaining at all, but one thing that I wanted to mention was our monkey minds. And that's a real big thing that's spoken about a lot to do with trading. The psychology of it, right? My position or belief or understanding is as follows. Depending, I don't care whether you're a creationist or evolutionist or whatever, however you think this mess started. I think everybody agrees that we have been evolving as a species for a long time. Now, it only is common sense that, survival of the fittest, selective adaptation, all those things apply because we see it around us everywhere. In our own heritage, those ancestors of ours way back when on the Serengeti somewhere, they reacted to some stimulus, in a way that meant they survived until the next day. And some of those folks didn't, and they ended up something's lunch, right? Well, they didn't pass those genes down. So you've got stuff built into you that was defense mechanisms, and which basically added up to the success of the species that's been wired into your subconscious for thousands of years. Those things manifest as FOMO, fear, wanting to be right, which comes around as revenge and get even and all that kind of stuff. And you're never going to get away from it. You're never going to eliminate them. They've been cooked in there for thousands of years and passed down in your DNA, I believe. What I think you need to do is, and what I try to do is be continually aware of myself and those feelings. And the minute I recognize FOMO or hide or some adrenaline pop, recognize it and don't react to it. Take one step above it, rationally, if you can. That's the way I look at it and the way I try to approach it. Just like, like over here. A lot of people would have pulled up their stop or taken it off or freaked out over here. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that I'm a wizard because I stood back and let this happen. But if your plan says that that's what you're going to do, then that's what you better do. Whatever that plan is. And recognize that you are going to have, like the old cartoons with the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other of Sylvester the cat, you're going to have that happen all the time. And you need to deal with that. And of course, you're going to have all this endless BS about how important your psychology is. And it's the hardest thing for traders to deal with. And where does that narrative come from? It comes from people making money writing books or teaching psychology courses. And that's not to say that Brett Steinberger is a bad guy. He's making money doing what he went to school for. Does that mean that everybody's got to buy into that? I don't think so. I think you need to be, we're big boys and girls. Think of the things you do every day that you do because you're an adult and you don't do because you're an adult. And that's the way I approach this. Same idea. I don't overtrade because I know that's not right and I'm an adult. I don't go to the bathroom in my pants because that's not the right thing to do and I'm an adult. To me, it's exactly the same. There's no difference there. So maybe look at it from that point of view rather than all this daunting, it's so terrible and it's an uphill fight and it's going to take you a long time to deal with this and all blah, blah, blah. I think that is them reinforcing you to need them. Reinforcing in you a need for them. That's my thinking. Come on now, we're all adults. You don't overtrade. Period. And again, it's not my way or the highway. If you approach this business as a video game or gambling and you love an adrenaline rush, good for you. Get after it. No problem at all. That's your call. That's something you enjoy. I'm looking at it from a different point of view, so that's why I'm approaching it as I do. And I go over this stuff almost every day because I believe very strongly that your subconscious mind listens to what you tell it, particularly what you verbalize. I'm a loser. I can't stop over trading. Well, your subconscious mind goes, oh, okay, we're losers and we can't stop over trading. I believe that. So that's That's the where I'm coming from. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody or anything else, but that's where I'm coming from. And now, think about going for that walk early, maybe. Look at him go. Another. Well, now let's check and see. I was going to say something, but maybe I'm wrong. No, I was going to say, oh, look there, another signal, and down we went, but we did not. We did not get another signal. Yes, down we went. There's our A, there's our B, there's our trigger, there's our trade, there's our profit. Nothing in the meantime. So something doesn't look right here, and that is this right here. I think that's two signals not correct. I think there's supposed to be an A there also. You see that? And this should be, I think, 12, maybe? See that? That's the difference. And that screwed me the other day. The reason why these letters are so much bigger and they're set off the bar used to be like that and smaller, like it just was a minute ago, and I did not see a B signal. Got the perfect trigger, and it went way past the double targets. I thought I had that corrected, but I can tell you I'm happy I saw that. Okay. Okay, there we go. If I was real brave, I'd send a signal to the chart, and it should plot exactly my trade right here. But I don't want to bog things down. I just tipped it on its head once already, and I don't want to do that again. I don't know what the hell 11,470 even is. It's no account I know anything about that I know of. Okay. Wow, look at him go. Who said what, man? We got to get this Agent Orange tweet finger figured out. Look at there. And here I was all excited about getting this target, and it's at least double. I wonder if he's figured out that this brilliant economic moves they continually try to espouse the benefits of aren't looked upon favorably by the market. Maybe. Oh, crude oil inventories, actual forecast. Wow. Look at that big build of inventory. Holy crap. A 3.25 billion barrel build over forecast. Not drawdown, but build. That's not a good thing. But that's just, oh, well, yeah, that'd be about right, about 11 o'clock. What else happened? Drawdown on distillate, so. Okay. I'm going to draw down on going to find my, what the boss has done with my exercise stuff so I can get out there and get this 4 mile deal done. Whoopsie daisy, huh? This is the time when you better scroll back to the monkey mind speech, because this is where Uncle FOMO will come back to rub your nose in it. And, you know, I have a thing in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. It's pretty much on time. One of the biggest problems that you can have as a trader, among all the many problems you can have as a trader, is when you make an error or break your rules and it works out in your favor. If your stop is here and price comes up here and you chicken out, you know, and you zoom your stop up above something, some level, and the price comes up and you don't get stopped and it goes your way, that's terrible reinforcement. Because the humans, besides all the other monkey stuff we've, inherited, we always remember the good stuff and have a propensity to forget where it didn't work out. In other words, if you move your stop one time, you'll remember that time and how it worked out in your favor. You won't remember the 15 times that moving your stop cost you double. So that's a real important thing. That's an important lesson to learn, I believe. Very, very, very deleterious to your career to, when you make an error intentionally, break one of your rules intentionally, and it works out in your favor. Remember, this is a random environment. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Very good possibility it will work out in your favor. That's why you want to look at everything you do in terms of probabilities, expectancy. That's the way I look at it. Oh, not over here now. This doesn't look right. Oh, shit. Look at this. This is pretty weird. I don't think I've ever seen that. A gap in the middle of the day? How could that be? Oh, I can tell you how that can be. That can be right. That's that right there. Right there. Wow, I don't think I ever saw it. I guess it's because I've never watching for it, but I don't think, I was sitting here looking at this and I had the scale out, so all this trade was below my view, and I'm going, what the hell's going on? Nothing's happening here. Yeah, no question about it, nothing's happening there. All right, I'm going to get organized now and get my hike in.
Okay, I'm going to hit the street here. 15 minutes early. Get a 4-mile deal in, maybe. I hope. It will be what it will be. But keep your powder dry. And this is pretty erratic behavior there. I'm happy with my A, B trigger. Ooh, we're going to stop out. No, we're not. And target. So that's a pretty nice thing. And there is that trade over here. And here we are now. And where's that scallywag blue boy gone off to? There he is. Remember, that's just a visual cue, whatever, for me to know if I've got the full session in range. And I do. So, good luck. Don't do anything. Ooh, what happened here? Wow. Here's the day, really? Is that gapitosis over here that surprised me? You can see what kind of a day we're having so far. Now, remember, yesterday, this big selling tail here and a bit of a buying tail up there. This thing at one point in time looked like this, right? It just opened there, traded down here so far. I'm going to keep going, maybe. Maybe we're going to get to here and come back up again. This behavior is exactly what we did here. Same story over here. That's the deceptive part about the candlestick story, I think. To me, anyway. And they're pretty excited about getting rid of this thing down to, this is the previous RTH low. What's the statistic for that today? Previous low is 35.2% probability. Boom, there you go. If you think I'm lying, there you are.
We've already taken the IB high. One thing that's interesting, or yeah, I think it's interesting. You see how the text is normally black and it's highlighted to blue? Everywhere it's highlighted to blue, that statistic or that level has been revisited by price in this RTH session. So we're damn near out of levels. We got the previous higher low, which we're looking at now. There's 1.5 the IB. There's the previous low. And then we get down to the crazy ones. 2 times the IB and, you know, those multiples, those standard deviation times 2 kind of things. So there you go. I will be back in just a bit. Mind your risk and stay safe. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. Remember that, let me just point something out here, and the reason I'm doing this, the most valuable tool you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. Your brain and your eyes take in and process all of this data and stimuli, and you use all of that to make financial decisions that affect your life. Probably. Well, that's the idea. So you need to take it seriously and realize that you are the most valuable tool you've got. Spend hours commiserating about monitors this and monitor that and software something else and charting package whatever. Yet you don't pay any attention to, most of us pay no attention to the fact that we didn't get enough sleep, we're not properly hydrated, we don't exercise regularly, we're on emotional tilt for whatever reason. That's like coming into trade and you know, you normally keep your charting stuff and your trading set up on 2 monitors and one of them's broke. Ah, the hell with it. I'll just trade in on the other one. I'll just trade on half of it. You know, I mean, it's the same idea. So just, you know, take that for what it's worth. Or what you will or something. It's pretty weird. This doesn't work. Chat on my OBS is not working, and I don't know why. When I put a text in there, it goes to the stream, but I don't see any of Antonio or Richard's or anybody's replies there. Not that it matters, I guess, but you know, I try to keep an eye out everywhere to be oh, what are you doing now? That big gap of ptosis we had down there. Alright, I'm going to save this stuff. It's kind of cool. It's about something. I don't know what. 26 or 7, I guess. I'll be back in the flash. I mean, not a flash, but you get the point. Good luck, mind your risk, Don't listen to your monkey mind. Rise above it. Well, it doesn't look like the market's too pleased with whatever's going on now. Well, no, let's have a look. Okay, what happened now? Who's on third? Quite the sell-off, huh? Anybody know why? Or what, or something? Or just general, insanity reigns supreme, and maybe that's it. I don't know. Let's see. Chamber of Commerce is suing over the H-1B thing. Trump is chatting up with Putin and vice versa. See what happened while I was out roaming the streets there, getting a little get of exercise. Oh, that reminds me. Turn off the timer and see how far I went. That's always fun. Always fun. Not very far, unfortunately. Only 4 miles, 3.5 miles. Boo. But I guess that's do that every day, and then on Sunday I go for about 12 miles. So, you know, there you go. The administration is going to pay some federal law enforcement personnel during the shutdown. Well, I wonder how they're picking them. You can bet they got red ball caps on. Okay, well, there you have it. Okay, looking at the grand scheme of things here, there's my little 61 ticks up here. Wow, huh? Holy crap. Where did I get into that mess? At about 7:15? Wow. Really? 70 points. This is a 70-point drop? Is that right? My eyes are... I better check. Think about this for a second here. 32 to... 15. Well, 7:15 to 6:15 is 100. And we're down here at 6:30. So that's 85 points. Whoa. 85 points across there. Holy macanola. That's a lot of points. Jesus, and no heat. Well, yeah, this heat here, which I already took. From then on, nothing. Wow. That's... Hopefully somebody's on that. That's a lot of points. Huh. That is a lot of points. And I don't know what's wrong with the chat over here on the OBS. It's still saying there's nothing there. So I don't know. We're going to be hitting that power hour in about 15 minutes. I'm not sure if I care or not. Okay, so I'm in a discussion here with the static boys. Okie dokie. Smoky. Here we are. The Power Hour. I guess what I will do here is, my eyes are killing me. I mean, giving me a lot of trouble. I'm going to run through the back testing now. We have, here's our, pretty obvious what the context for the day is, isn't it? Here's our IRT. Yes. NQ and the higher time frame micro composite. Market profile. What do you think we're doing for volume? I think we're really high. Look at this, 1.83 million. That's typically, that's more than we usually get at the close. And what do we have? We have something that can't figure out. 159% for this time of day. Oh, that's the wrong. Let's change it to the day session only, however. 171% for this time of day. That's a hell of a lot, eh? And 13%, 13.5 points average true range on the 5 minute. Boy. So let's think about back testing here. Well, if you're new, I try to go with this every day. If you're new here, this is my back testing and my basically trade chart trigger chart that I watch during the day. And this is the backtesting system itself, or the trade system itself. This is specific for the initial balance trades, of which there are two. There is IB, here's an IB low, there's an IB continuation trade, or there's an IB failure trade. There's an IB continuation trade, and there's an IB failure trade. In other words, there's 4 trades, 2 of which for the IB high, 2 of which for the IB low. These are the rules and that actually perform the backtest. And with this backtesting system, I don't know about any others, you have to code each short and long, all the full set of rules for both. It's not clever like the multi-brackets in Bookmap, where you put in a stop and then you put in a target, and it's clever enough to know if you've gone short or long. It doesn't do that. And when it does this backtesting, it looks at every 1 minute bar back as far many days as you tell it to look, and it evaluates each rule. It very accurately does the way I have it set up is with the 2-lot risk neutral package that I also trade every day on Bookmap here in the live trading. These lines that you see here are just custom indicators I have built and put on this chart. And somewhere, here's some signals. Here we go. Some signal markers. And these have no connection, no physical or direct connection to the trading system, but they do precisely represent each of the levels and each of the signals in here. This whole idea is just for me to visually confirm that these things are happening where I expect them to and where I want them to, when I want them to. That's how it works. I can send right here the backtest to the chart, where they will automatically run through all these bars and put and graphically represent any trades. But I don't do that during the trading session because it takes a bit of time and memory. So today, for example, I took a trade and got the full 2 targets, or 61 ticks that you can see over here. And the trade is right there. There's a short. There's the IB low. Here are the continuation zones. And those coincide to these blue lines right here. So there was an A. Oops, there's an A. There's the B. And there's the trigger. Almost stopped out right here. You can see over here. Where'd it go? Almost stopped out right there. Right here. There's the stop. Almost stopped out right here. And then went on to T2 down here. And went on to profit down here. Here. Now, I only used this chart and these signals and reference lines for my visual confirmation. I traded everything on Bookmap manually. I mean, I have the bracket set up, the 2-lot risk neutral bracket. I entered the trade manually. I have pushed these continuation zones and pullback zones, the same data as these lines here, the blue and the whatever that is, purple or something. Those 4 lines, 6 or 8 lines push these prices right here, push to Bookmap. So there's that. Now here's the part about backtesting that I find so encouraging. I've been struggling with this for months, 2 or 3 months, to do this manually, etc. Before I dreamed up this chart, trying to scroll back and look at the days and look at the potential trades and then mark them down. And it's really, that's, well, first of all, if you tried to only take trades in the live market as your source of data points, you'd be older than Methuselah before you had a statistically significant data set. Here's the beautiful part about backtesting. Let's look at 20 days. Let's look at 500 days. That's even better yet. Oh, I don't think 20,000. 500 days. ES, 2 lots. RTH session. These reports. Ready? 5 seconds. It ran through every 1 minute candle for 493 days and evaluated each one of these rules. It took 710 trades, 369 of them long, 341 short. Come on. There's 710 total trades, 250 winning trades, 216 losing trades. That means the balance, 250 plus 216 is 466. So if you subtract 466 from 710, that's the number of scratches. Averaging a win rate of 2.22 points per tick per trade. Per win, to loss, that's the win to loss ratio. 1 to 2.22, almost, say 1 to 2.5, basically, or 2 1/4 points. And that's how you can figure all of it out. We had 9 consecutive winners in a row, and we had 8 consecutive losers in a row. Now, this is a really important number. When I was describing how you set up the 2-lot risk-neutral plan, and you take the minimum of 2 contracts, and then you set a stop at a certain number of ticks. Well, I've chosen 12 ticks. That means that a full stop is 24 ticks. That means a full stop cost me $300. I can't put the IRT stuff in ticks. They've coded it for dollars, so that's what I gave up thinking about it, and I run with dollars. I know that 1 stop is $300. So if I was to take 8 stops in a row, that would be $2,400 drawdown. What percentage of your account does that represent? If you're trading a prop firm, you blew up, most likely, depending on the account size. You know what I mean? That's the things you have to think about first before you start trading. That's why a backtest can be so helpful. The maximum loser is at. Now, I know that this is incorrect. The maximum winner should be $750. This, for some reason, is the 1st of May, 2024. Why? It puts on a IB failure. Long, I think it is. Maybe it's a short, but anyway. It takes T1, and then it doesn't hit T2 for some reason, and it goes to the end of day. Well, it's a pretty nice problem to have, but you wouldn't want it to go the other way. I want it to be exactly correct and take T1, T2, or stop out. So I need to figure out what's wrong with that particular day. I've looked at this before, as you might have already figured out. But that's how you determine your win rate. your winning percentage and the average winner and the average loser. If you wanted to figure your expectancy, you would take the win rate times the average loser minus the loss rate times the average loser. I think I said that wrong. The win rate times the average winner minus the loss rate, the loss percentage times loss rate times the average loser, and that's your expectancy. So let's do that for a minute here. Why not? What the hell? What else we got to do? Now, the one thing about this expectancy, and this I believe is true, we've got 466 trades here, right? So we've got 710 minus 466. We've got 244 scratches. Divide that by 2. That's 122 winning trades, because for every scratch in my risk neutral setup, there's one win and one stop. Now, this reporting in IRT was built around the concept of all in, all out, not scaling like I do. So what I do in this case is I take 122 plus 250, and that's the number of wins. And let's save that. And the number of, and so if I want to know the win rate, instead of 35%, it's 372 divided by 710. Boop. Yeah, divided by 710, that's right. It's 52.39, 52.4% win rate. Times, then you'd multiply that by the average winner. And that would give you your coefficient in the win column, and you'd do the same thing for the loss column, and that gives you the expectancy. So let's figure the losses now. The losses are 216 plus 122 divided by 710. That's 35% loss rate. Okay. So we have 54%. Oh, wait a second. Let's clear this out. We have a 54%, 0.54% win rate times 658, say 659, average winner, as 355.86. And we have whatever I said this was 30. It was 35%. Okay, so 35%, 0.35 times the average loser is 300. Ooh, I don't need that many zeros. Average loser is, so that's our losses is 105. So 105. So what we have is minus 105. Our expectancy is $250.86 per trade. That's what we should expect to make over 493 or over 710 trades. That's what our expectancy should be. That's because of the win rate. So that's pretty good. We have a 54% win rate, and our expectancy is 250.86. Our R factor is 2.22. Really good. Could be better, but hey, And then, as I showed you, if you want to be real crazy about it, you can I think I showed you this already, but if I didn't, I'll do it again. Come on. And this thing doesn't want to. It doesn't like doing extracurricular activities when it's thinking. So here we go. You can go each trade at a time, starting at 11:06 on the 11th on November 16th of 2023. And you can go each trade at a time and see exactly the trade, exactly the outcome, and the income, and the profit. Here's a full stop, scratch, full stop, full stop, full stop, full stop, full stop, full stop, full stop. Lots of them at the beginning there, huh? Here's a two winners. And that's an IBC short. We've got T1 and T2. That's exactly how you do it. That's really doing a back test and understanding your data and your trading system, in my opinion. Now, a couple of beautiful things about this is you can do what ifs real simple, real easily. If I want to do a what if, instead of scaling out, let's say we go all in and all out at 36 points instead of 12 and 20 and 48. You know what I mean? Or whatever. Any kind of thing, any kind of what if like that you want to do, and you can do it in 5 seconds over 500 days. So that's the advantage of a system like this. I mean, that's my story and I'm sticking to it, and that's what I'm trying to accomplish and move forward with. I'm pretty comfortable that I have the initial trade. The initial trades worked out. Another thing you can do while I'm on the subject, I guess, is optimize. And the way you do that is you set up your back test over historical data. For example, I want to go from the beginning to the first or the last day of December 2024. And I backtest that. And then I optimize that backtest. And I optimize for the best results the computer can come up with, the best parameters. Once that's accomplished, I can then do a forward walk, which is to run the optimized strategy over untested data. In other words, the 1st of January 2025 to today. I can find out if the optimized strategy over history, over historical data, works similarly, falls on its ass, is a lot better, whatever the outcome is, over untested data, most recent untested data. There's a lot of pretty powerful stuff in there. Yeah. Well, we'll do the recap here at 2:30, 14:30. And then we've got the market on close orders at 1450, and cash close at 1500. And I will I'll bring down the stream at 1500 as usual. All right, we've turned that corner. I was getting things ready for, put on my soccer dad hat here right after the close. Get everything ready for feed our daughter and get her off to school. And yeah, so here we are at the close, or bottom of the hour anyway. What happened? Well, a pretty big dump. The Trump dump, I guess you could call it. Here's the higher time frame, which is the micro composite. There we are. Pretty substantial so far. We're at about minus 67.5 handles. Almost 2 million Trump contracts, very high volume. And what have we got on the news front? Well, not that. This is investing.com, my main news source, because I like the presentation, easy to snap, put places. Tomorrow, oh, they have officially removed non-farm payroll. That was tentatively scheduled for tomorrow. That will not be come out. It'll be the third week in a row now that we've not had non-farm payroll. So no major news events tomorrow. Wow. We are in earnings season again, as I said. Typically, it's the financials pretty much. Next week will be what it is. This is free. You can filter it however you like for your country or time zone, what reports you want, whether you want 2 stars, 3 stars, etc., etc., etc. And this is the second one I use, which is a newer one. This is the, Trump is talking at 2 o'clock. Well, there you go. Some random political risk, and that's exactly why the market went dumpity dump dump. And then Miran's gonna have a second run at it after a speech this morning. Is going to have another one at 1400. This guy's working overtime. Now this guy is still an employee at the White House, but he's, I guess, qualified to draw a couple of salaries, and completely erase the line of non-political Fed and political intervention in the Fed, etc. So I don't think there's any part of that that's good, but you never know. And certainly nobody cares what I think. So here's some unimagined or unplanned political risk. That's something that you've got to be always aware of nowadays. Here's where we are tomorrow. This is pretty much the schedule as IRT or as investing.com has, but they have more of a squawk box over here. So it's 1450. We'll see the market on close and balance orders here. And that takes us to today. Open. Yahoo Buckaroo. Here we go. 70 handles. Jesus. Or whatever it is. What is it? 62 handles. All right. Here's my little piddly trade right up here. Isn't that funny? Look at that. And look at what was to come. Now, there's a reason, I went over this at the moment. And that trade went on at 244 in. If you're curious, it'll be in the time zone for the trade or for the stream. Now, I'm vetting these trades, so I need to have all parameters equal, or the trade doesn't fit, is not statistically significant and compatible with the other trades in the data set. It cannot be used to vet for the calculation if I change the parameters, which I did not do. If I'd for example, we got scaled, we come down here, I start running the target out, thinking, oh boy, I'm going to get all of this, not knowing, of course, how low it's going to go. And manage the trade by scaling up or by trailing up, that would not be applicable. I could not use that then in my statistical analysis for the trade itself. Think about it. If you want to know over whatever that was, 710 trades or whatever we just looked at in the back test, I want to know how many trades, what percentage of 710 trades did I achieve T1? Well, we know that I achieved T1, 2, 3, about 350 times out of 700. Because we did the math. We know that there were 250 winning trades and 122 scratches. So that means I got T1, all of those scratches and all of those winners. So 50 or 60%. But I couldn't use that information if T1 is at 3 points today, on this trade, and the next trade it's at 6 points, and the next trade it's at 1 point, and the next trade, they're not valid anymore. Same way with T2 and same way with the scratch. So that's how you approach it, and what I believe. And you'll notice those lines that we were looking at on the backtest chart, the pullbacks and the continuation zones, I've pushed through to bookmap here. Here's the pullback zones and the continuation zones. Yeah, well, there we are. This is the way this trade statistics in bookmap. P&L $762.50, one trade in about 30 minutes. Here's the entry and the time and the exit time. Total time in is 14 minutes. $762.14 minutes. I don't know what that is an hour, but it must be pretty much. Max price, legs price, number of contracts, MFA, ME, favorable, adverse excursion, favorable excursion, on and on. Pretty thorough metrics. It's a live trade. All right, so we're going to have 8 minutes till the market on close. I'll wind the stream off at 1500 as usual. I gotta get cracking for the little one. Who's not a little one anymore. But if you're a parent, they'll always be your little one. Ironically, our daughter Tam will be 18 this Sunday, so that's a pretty far cry from little one, I guess. Well, time passes when you're having fun, doesn't it? All right, I can't think of anything else to go over here, but pretty much covered everything. I think the trade of the day, I had no signals or triggers for anything else, which is, completely understood because I'm working on the IB trades. So I didn't have any signals. I took the one signal that I got and got scaled, put my helmet on, put my feet up, and it turned out both targets. And there you go. 3 minutes, and I'm not saying anything's going to happen because we've had, seems like Trump is speaking to start with, so there's major potential political risk there. Who knows what might happen, but it seems to be overshadowed by the market on close imbalance seems to be pretty overshadowed these days. I guess it's because of the what's going on else, we've never had an environment like this where policy was made by, social media tweets and stuff like that. So it's a brave new world, boys and girls. I'm just trying to learn it one day at a time like everybody else. $30 seconds, about. It'll come up over here. It may not be that quick, but so what? Fertility drugs going way down. Yeah, they want to pop as many kids as they can. That's the whole underlying plan. Breeding stock. There you go, nothing. Exactly 2 times nothing, maybe a couple of pops over here. And it may be big. Yesterday was 1 billion some amount of millions, and didn't do a damn thing. I don't know. Yeah, Jesus, here we go again. S&P 500 buy side, 2 billion 170 million. NASDAQ 100 buy side 700 million. Dow 30 buy side 661 million. Mag 7 buy side 764 million. 2 billion 170 million contracts. Times 12.5. Do the math on what that's worth per tick. I can't even think about it. So there you go. That's your day in a wrap. Now we're gonna have the closing hoorah here in a little bit. No news or no reports or anything tomorrow. Thank you very much, Children of the Corn back there in D.C. What a bunch of screaming idiots, man. I can tell you who I would recommend getting rid of first. I'd walk over to that Congress and just, clean house out of both sides. That'd be a good start, wouldn't it? 400 and some people. It couldn't be any worse. So here we are now. I'll be closing the stream down at the top of the hour as always. I start the stream every morning at 0800 with a pre-market and setup, do the statistics, analysis of the overnight, what I figure we're going to do for the opening few little bit, the trading. Remember that the most valuable piece of equipment you have in your trading office is you sitting on that side of the monitor there. Your eyes, your brain, your health is what you use to evaluate all these signals and influence and data for financial decisions that affect you and your family, your life. So you want to make sure you've got all that organized and take good care of it. At the top of the hour here, we'll shut this down, and I suggest get some exercise, get outside, get some fresh air. It's real important for your eyes. We stare at these screens and keep our eye muscles in short focus tension all the time. If you want to know what that's like, clench your fists as tight as you can and don't let go for an hour. And tell me how your fists and forearms feel. And that's what you're doing to your eyes. That's why it's so important to get outside, take a look down the street, off to the horizon, some neighbor gal, 2 swimming pools down, whatever. Whatever you like to look at that's a long way off and soft focus, let your eyes relax. Get a little UV if you do it in the morning or the afternoon where it's kind of softer sunlight. Get some of that natural light and a little UV. That's good for the cones and rods in your eyes. And don't be on tilt when you start trading. If you go out tonight and get hammered and come home and have a fight with your significant other, don't plan on getting up in the morning and trading, because you're not going to be worth a damn. Those are important things to be aware of. So yeah, there you go. One trade in the bag, 700 and whatever it is, $60 or something. 61 ticks. Can't argue with that. Can't argue with that. Taken completely mechanically by the vetted trade systems. No, anticipation of or panic or adrenaline rush, or you put the trade on, you know that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. And that's a fact, Jack. That's why the famous saying that nobody pays attention to is so true. Past results are not indicative of, past results are not indicative of future results, or past performance is not indicative of future results. I guess how it goes. That's a statistical truth. And the outcome of the next trade, statistically, is 50-50. It's a binary event. The market goes up and down. That's it. We put horizontal movement on it with time. This is nothing more than a coin flip. Only rather than just one coin with two sides, there are millions of people, traders, making decisions and affecting this right here. Three minutes. I'm tired. And I'm looking forward to jumping in the shower and resting my eyes and hitting the floor running for the soccer store in the college and run and all that stuff. I don't think I forgot anything, but if I did, oops. Oopsie doopsie. Notice how liquidity's loaded up in here. Do we have anything sitting out? Well, we got 352 at 60 at the 80 handle. That's a lot. Nothing really below us much. I guess that's 352. 82, 52. Academic at this point. So have a great night. Like I said, get outside, take care of yourself, healthy, your family, whatever it is. Approach the market like you would any other. It's a serious, intense endeavor. You know? It's every bit as intense and serious at a personal level as pro ball or any kind of event like that. And as a result, you should be fit for it. One minute. Oh, my foot. Neuropathy or whatever the hell it is. It's striking the right side or left outside of my left foot. Don't ask me why. Just once in a while when I'm out walking or running or, for hours, 12 miles every Sunday. But no problem. Don't ask me. Getting old's not a pretty picture, but I'll tell you it beats the alternative. So I'm sticking with yay old. Yay old and let's get older. Oh, here we go. We got that last little hoorah VPOC migration that they like to throw in there. There we are. There is the world famous 1500. So I've been standing here for 7 hours, and I don't know about you, but I'm gonna call it a day, and a pretty good day at that, in my opinion. So have a great night, and I will be checking in with you at another